My. That's what I'm thinking. I'm actually trying to short it right now. Gosh. I mean, it's dumping right now. We still got 5 minutes till the open. That's the problem is it drops so fast. Yeah, my. Good morning. I'm good. Ready to get this market open. Yep. Yep. I'm staring at Roku. Yep. Roku, Twilio, ZM, and Avaya actually had a little more news. I'm waiting for that. I know a lot of people don't care about it because it's a $12 stock, but I'm just kind of keeping my eye on it because that news with Ring Central, they just hired a new like sales leader. Um, it may take a while, but I think eventually they might get interesting. So just kind of keeping an eye on them. Avaya, Avya. Yeah. Yep. No problem. Yeah, it's. I'm glad it's working for you guys, so I don't have to be the only one to go look at it. Now we get. So for you people with open mics, now we got like 7 people that are staring at it. So we're gonna nail you quick. Good morning, PB. Easy Rider. It's Avya, and it's boring, and it's been boring for years. They're like old school analog phone systems, but they partnered like a couple weeks ago. They partnered with they announced a partnership with Ring Central. Um, so I don't know. I used to sell Ring Central. We could talk about it a little bit more later, but we got about 1 minute till the open. I got my eyes on Roku and Twilio. Twilio's tanking. What the hell's going on? Was it higher than the last one they had, or are they still around? I think it was like 156. Gotcha, gotcha. 180, thank you. Damn. All right, Roku 144. Yeah, that was a nice little $2 drop there. It's a pretty big drop on Zoom. Everything pulling back. What is going on here? What is going on with Zoom? I mean, they're just tanking. I don't have any idea. I don't know if they got news. I don't think so. Fi is dropping. Roku should be dropping. $44. See when the how long is this thing's gonna go before the buyers step in. All right, I'm eyeing some Zoom. I don't know what's going on with ZM this morning. This is a pretty that's a pretty big drop. The contracts still have quite a bit of juice on them, which I don't like. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm just gonna give everything a couple minutes here. I jumped in some Roku 130 puts, but I filled on them pretty quick. So they're green, but oh, NTLA, we're up 140%. What the heck? Twilio just dropping 101. What's going on with NTLA? I think I need to get out of this. Because I don't even know why NTLA was up that high, so I'm out of it. So our BMY, I'm going to get out of here pretty soon. Look at that. We held those, and they're now up 50%, whoever's still holding. So I need to go in and post that. That's pretty nice. I am going to so BMY 160. Let's see, 102. I'm at 162 right now. Expiration December 20th. And those were, let's see, $57 calls. 152. All right, I am out that BMY. I'm gonna make sure I post that. $141. Oh, holy. Scotty's. Thank you. Yeah, it might keep going. I sold most of what I have and just put a stop in, so I wanted people to take profit on that one. Hopefully, y'all had a good Thanksgiving, a good weekend. Twilio is now down to 100. So I shorted Commons on Roku, 145.91. And it is tanking. Oh my gosh. Merry Christmas. This is getting ridiculous. Where does it stop? Where does it stop? Oh, what is this? No, that's not important. Not important. Wow. I'm up 250% on the 130 puts. Wow. I wouldn't be surprised. Charlie, let's give me like, 15 minutes after the market today, and I'll go through it and just help you. So so just click any chart and type the ticker. You don't have to type it up in the corner. You don't even have a chart up? Oh, jeez. Here, Charlie, try this link. Okay, I was going to say, click on that link. That'll at least take you to a chart. So ZM on the daily came right up to that 89 EMA, and now it's at the 21. So that's pretty interesting. If it holds that 21 EMA, what is that, 70? I mean, it came down literally, well, just through it. Just through it. See what else we see. So the 618 extension is right there as well. So it almost touched that. That's interesting. I'm eyeing the $73 calls, but they're still $3. That seems a little silly. I might go. Yeah, those are juiced. Oh, they have ER coming up. That's why. Okay. They have ER on Wednesday. So that's the problem. Jesus King. 780 to 2550. Damn it, Kang, I went from 90 cents to $3 and that looks like shit. Kang just murdered Roku. Just absolutely destroyed it. Look at Avaya now. I I, I can't get excited about this because it's Avaya. Like it sucks, but there's definitely some stuff going on there. What's the 52-week high? 2235. I don't know. They're definitely up to something. Something's going on there, which is interesting because they haven't done anything exciting in years. I wonder how much leaps are in this thing. So if you go out to January 2021, and they're still kind of expensive. I mean, they're not too bad for being out that far, but June 2020, 1750s are 50 by 60. That's way too far out of the money, I think. January 21. I like the January 2021 130 by 150. Those aren't too bad for the 1750s. The $10 calls are $5. Where you get the 1250s or 3 by 320. I'm going to pick up just a small position in those 1250 calls out to January 2021. I think it's going to take that long for anything to happen with this thing, but what's Roku? 139.65. So let's see. Pan W, where's that at? 223.36. We got to go look at that chart too. What's up, Bobby? I'm looking at some long-term Avaya. I picked up some commons, but I'm looking at a longer-term contract. And I'm not suggesting anyone else do this by any means. But the January 15, 2021, 1250 calls are $3. That's what I'm eyeing right now. Yeah. And I don't know. Avaya's got some interesting. There's just some. They haven't been interesting for years and years, and now they're actually doing. I think they're trying to become relevant again. And I don't know if it's gonna work, but I think they're trying. And Twilio 98. Wow, what is going on with Twilio? Unreal. It is just down. What else we got? And I had to restart my machine, so I don't have all my tab. I got to get all my normal tabs back up here. Would not be surprised if Zoom finds support right here. I mean, it's literally bouncing off the 618. Well, I don't know if it's bouncing yet, but it's at the 618. So if you look at this week's, God, there's still juice though. That's crazy they have that much on them. Kind of makes it tough to play. When you're looking at, something like the 72s are 320 by 340. So paying quite a bit of juice on those. I mean, I like it right here playing that 618, but sorry, what are you entering, Namish? Okay, cool. Thank you. Tommy, what's up? Good morning. All right, so we've had CMG and C. Those are the only alerts that we've had. Wow, shop. Dang. Shop is under 320. That's pretty crazy. So we got downside happening on the SPY and the Qs, it sounds like. Peloton down. Get 33.63. Everything is looks like it's taking a hit right now. I need to go look at here we go. Wow. So that is why all your stuff's dropping. Poker Pro, no. I'm not. I don't typically YOLO earnings. It scares me. Down 65 points on NASDAQ. So now you can look for that 65.85 overshoot. I wonder what Amazon's doing this morning. My guess is it is also taking a drop. Yes, it is. Oops. So if you want to play the 65.85 overshoot, Amazon is decent for that sometimes. Let's see what the premiums look like. We're at 17.8. They're still pretty juiced. I might just play. Now we're at 75, I guess. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, it's dropping. Everything's dropping pretty quick. $312.60. Okay, I did pick up a couple 312 SPY puts. More so as a hedge in case this continues. Getting a little bounce on the ES futures, but let's see what she does. So we'll see. I do have some support here. Previous support 312.05. So we'll see if that can hold. Otherwise, this stuff is going to keep dropping, it looks like. On stock price. So Peloton got a price increase to $45 today from BMY. So it's interesting that it took such a dip. Oh no, sorry, from KeyBank. Yeah, probably. Roku 136. So they got a price target $35 at Baird. I have no idea. Let me go see if they had any other news. No, 10 days ago. I don't have anything today. 10 days ago, Guggenheim rated them at a buy. And we knew that. But I don't have any idea. It's got to just be because of earnings coming up. All right. AbbVie is right here on the 34. The concern right now is what SPY is doing. And I think we may still see some more downside here. I'm not convinced this is done, but we'll see. I'm up 400% on Roku puts. So the 88s for this week, 64 by 66 on AbbVie. 87s are $1.20. So those are 60 cents. Whereas the 88s are about $1.10, $1.20 in premium. But it's got to get back through the 20 or the 90 MA. Let me give it a little time here. Let's look and see what the fibs look like here on the daily. $88.33 I have as the 786, which it has rejected so far. I think if it gets above that 88.33, then we're good. Throw an alert in there. I mean, I kind of like this, you know. You could play that yesterday's support, but you know, that's shorter time frame, so uh-oh. All right, there's a SPY bounce. I'm looking at them, Bobby. I'm looking at them. I like the I like those 87s, $1.19 by $1.23. You really only have to give it to like 87.19, 87.20 as a stop. So you know, if it does that, you might lose 20, 30 cents on them. So 25% or so if it pulls back and continues lower than you get out. Um, see if the 9 EMA continues to hold. If it gets back above the 200, then maybe you try it and give it just down to the 9. But I mean, I like it came right down to the support and then they bought it up pretty quick. I just don't know if you're going to see another drop or not. So if you play it here, you kind of got to be willing to risk that 25% if you get a little more pullback here. And depending on what the SPY does, right, it could, if it comes back to test this again, it may just keep going. And it may come all the way back down to this 86.93. I would expect 86.62 to act as some support. Somewhere in this range, 80, 85. But that's a dollar range that can hit your contracts pretty hard. So what, we're going to drop and then pop this morning? Is that the game we're playing? Except for Roku's just going to drop and then drop some more. Fine by me. So we got the 34 EMA, 87.31 on this 4-hour chart, which is found support there. All right, so I got stopped out of which is fine, out of the common shares that I had shorted on Roku. 145.09 to 135.01. I mean, it may keep going, but I'm good with that. 145.92 to 130 to 135. I don't think it's done. I mean, last time Roku took a drop like this, we saw 100 pretty quick. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's not done. We'll see, but I'm still in puts, but I got stopped out on the commons. Yeah, because I was getting in pre-market. I got in pre-market. So I did, I mean, I've got puts as well. I have 130s, but I'm down to a third of the size that I started with. Thank you. ZM holding above 70 at the moment. There's that pullback on AbbVie. Yeah, I'm going to pick up small position in the AbbVie this week's 87s. They're 114 by 117. I'm going to let it get back above the 21, but this is a higher low. So if this holds, you can see where it encountered this resistance. This is the challenge right now. Same place that it, kind of messed or wobbled in here and then dropped, came back up, tested it, and pulled back. So I want to see it get back above the 21 first before I do anything, but that's what I'm looking at. Just to kind of say, yep, okay, we're done. We're done dropping. It sounds like Trump is speaking currently. My, nice. Skatey, I gotta go look at Dollar Tree. I haven't looked at the chart. I honestly don't. I've traded it a couple times, but I can't say I really know how it moves. But we can certainly take a look at the chart. This is what's concerning me about getting long anything right now. Is just what SPY is going to do. Is this just a pullback bounce off this drop? Or, is this a drop and then recover all day sort of scenario? And you can see where it bounced, came up, rejected the 618 extension and pulled back, and now it's back through 786. So my concern is that keeps pulling back. It keeps dropping. But we can look at Dollar Tree. Holy shit. I'm not. Obviously, their earnings were. I mean, you could say it's overdone, and you would hope that it would find support here, but hell, I don't know. This is a 2-hour. Let's look at a longer term chart. I mean, I could see potentially. I bet if you did a parallel channel, you would see. I mean, that goes all the way back to 2013. So the last time that it was at the bottom of this channel was June 2017, and then again November 2018. So you would kind of expect to see the bottom of that, hold as support, but I don't know. I don't know how bad. I don't really know how bad the earnings were, but that's what you would want to see. And here goes Roku. PNW now 222. I was just talking about ZM. I like it. There's a lot of premium on those contracts. They're juiced because ER is in a couple days. So I'm gonna wait. I don't like to gamble on ER, so I'm not gonna mess with it today. Now it's actually falling DLTR. We'll see if it. See if it can, like, it's dropping out of this long term. This is a long term channel here. Hey Tech, did you see the chart that I posted on Dollar Tree? Okay. Okay. Yeah, if it drops below the bottom of that, then I get pretty concerned. Cool, cool. Yeah, no problem. Twilio at 96, just crazy, if you ask me. I'm not sure why it dropped so much. but it fell pretty hard. I actually had a kind of an interesting spot. Let's see. Maybe it gets interesting if it can get back through the 34 EMA and go test VWAP. But, I mean, it's not showing any signs right now of going the other direction, so. God, I want to short Roku again so bad, but. It's already dropped so much. I got into Twilio at 130. Oh, damn. So you get another little pop here on UVXY. Another drop. SPY. TTD is down 8%. Damn. $23. Whoa. Damn. Somebody on Twitch just Master Tomasito pointed out that TTD is down $24. Yeah, but Amazon's $1,800. Like, this thing's $239. So it's down 9% right now. I don't see anything yet. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. For sure. Yeah, no, I'm staring at it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm watching it. I wanted to see, and I still have like that magic number being 106 that it has to get through before the upside could continue. Um, but yeah, I agree with you. I want to go long on AppV right here, but I'm just kind of weary going against the market. Let's see if SPY can double bottom. Then maybe. In fact, let's see. I may get out of my SPY puts are up about 40% right now. I may get out of some right here. There's a big drop on SPY. Big drop on SPY. Yep. That was pretty nasty. So that's kind of what I was afraid of because you see, and it got bought back up pretty quick, but you get those SPY drops like that. That's a little concerning right now. And Roku didn't really wasn't hit on that drop. Is that still news? I'm reading Capital Canuck. Trump will increase tariffs if no China deal? Question mark. Anyone else get that message? Like how is that? Oh, I don't get it. Yeah, Bobby, I think so. It's the same deal or no deal game that we've been playing. Has not changed. It's the same garbage. Oh, there's a deal. Oh, wait, there's no deal. Like, give it a couple days or a week, it'll be super optimistic again. It has just gone back and forth. I mean, to me, it's not news. It's the same stuff over and over again. And honestly, It's old. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I still have IQ. I haven't even looked at it today with the action on Roku and Spy. I mean, I've played Spy 3 times now, um, and I'm still in a little Roku. I'm still in Pepsi. Although I did sell some of that, um, I do still have some though. These Walmart puts for from last week, are looking nice. ATVI, I have a spread on. So I have the 55 calls and I sold the 60 calls. That was my play on ATVI. And you got Pepsi 135s. Let me go look at the Pepsi chart. Sold BMY. Yeah, I still like where Pepsi's at. I mean, obviously it took this, you know, I mean, it's a small drop, right? It didn't get hit very hard. I think that one's still going to be okay. Um, man, longer term AbbVie. I still have that SMPL. I sold out of the NTLA calls this morning. Um, what else might you be? I've still got some longer dated Peloton calls. Looks like SPY maybe got a bounce. Yep, SPY getting a bounce here. So now we might be kind of out of the woods. I got some AbbVie on this break of the 200 here. 125. Wall Street falls on soft PMI data. So that's interesting. Yeah, Coop, just manage it, right? If this continues, if it doesn't, it cleared the 200 but just barely. Now we've got the 9 EMA just barely crossed through the 34, and now we're getting. So just keep an eye on it, play it. I wouldn't give it too much room here in case this. I'd like to see this area in here hold as support. That's what I'm looking at right now. And Coop, welcome. Bobby, yeah, I think those are 35s for January. Let's see. Yeah, January $35 calls. And they're still green, but obviously they've taken a hit today. I got in at 231 and they're pricing $3 by 330 right now. I don't know. I mean, I like the long-term prospect of Peloton, but you might want to make sure, that this SPY drop is over, because this looks now, it looked like, getting through the 34, but now it's rejected. So, that's a little concerning. Now we're seeing potentially some acceleration. If this continues, it could get ugly. And there's AbbVie still pulling back. Okay, I'm actually going to get out of some of this a little prematurely, just because I don't like the size of the position in these conditions. Worries me just a little. I just don't trust this at the moment. You beat me to it. I was just about to say that. It looks like it rejected the 34. Yeah, Coop. With the way things are going right now, I'm not super confident. I wouldn't be very confident going long on anything. Not anything that is, shorter term, that's for sure. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's just getting pulled down, except BMY. Like, BMY hasn't, it took this drop, bounce. It hasn't, taken any significant dump. I think AbbVie will hold up here, but if we get a big SPY drop, it ain't gonna matter. And actually, ZM not doing too bad, all things considered. I'm short Walmart, Bobby, but I've been in it. I got in that last week. And Zoom, I'm in commons on Zoom. I also, let's see, do I have any calls left? I don't think so. No, I don't have any Zoom calls. But the commons that I have are in a longer term account that I'm willing to just kind of let it go. I looked at Zoom calls this morning, but man, the premiums, there's a lot of juice. There's still a lot of juice on those. I mean, I would be interested in like the 71s, and they're 320 by 340. Bobby, 70. Let's see. My price average on Zoom, 71.88. But that's a longer term hold for me. And actually, I have a little bit of Zoom, two different accounts. The other, actually, oddly enough, 71.77 cost basis. Yeah, I would play it here. But if you have a smaller account, it's hard to do because, like I said, there's a lot of premium on those. 110 by 125, and it sells the minute. Oh, well, Easy Rider, if you're trying to sell, you don't do a limit order. If you do a limit order that's under the current price, it's going to sell immediately. So you have to put a stop in, not a limit order. You got to put a stop. That's the difference. A limit order is saying, hey, I'll take anything over $1. A stop order is saying if it gets to $1, I want to be out. I haven't seen any flow on it yet. I just shorted it last week because of where it was, and I think, it's a little, what's the right word? My thesis on Walmart is that with Black Friday, Cyber Monday, online retailers just crushing it, I think Walmart, like, who the hell wants to go deal with that? Like, why would you want to go to Walmart, and deal with the crowds and stuff? I feel like I know people that was a ritual in their family, and they're not doing it anymore. So, I don't know. Just where it was on the chart, and yeah, but Master Tomasito, the thing I don't like about Walmart, like shopping Walmart online, not that it's all that different from Amazon, but the third-party sellers on Walmart, like Walmart.com, some of them are shady. Shady. Yeah, but I get free 1-day shipping on, maybe not on, not on everything, but there's quite a few items that I can get free 1-day same day shipping on Amazon. So I don't know. It's it's just my idea, like my thought, and where it was on the chart. It looked like on the daily here when I shorted it. I was looking at this going, all right, we are now below some pretty key levels. So right now it's sitting right at the 55 EMA on the daily. So maybe it finds support here, but maybe not. All right, AbbVie's still holding this at the moment, support. December 20th, Burlington. Let's see. Oof. I like the flow, but I can't buy it up there. All right, here comes potentially. Let's see if this breaks here on SPY. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go just grab some coffee, but I'll be right back. Okay, now Roku getting a little bounce. We'll see if it's done dropping or if it's gonna just kind of consolidate before it drops again. Simmons, what's up? Good morning. Welcome. Sneaky, when you say learn about investing, like give me an idea what you're starting from. Like what's your starting point? What do you Have you done any trading at all? Are you looking to trade short term, long term? Bobby, I have. That's what I have, Bobby. The $1.15 is my cost basis. December 6th. So weekly 119s. Well, sneaky. Start with charts. Learn how to chart. Learn how to find long-term areas of support and resistance. And trade off that. And paper trade first. Don't place a real trade with real money until you've done a good amount of paper trading. And you've proven to yourself that you can be consistently profitable. Do that to get a feel for, how things move. And, right now I'm eyeing a bunch, but the overall market condition is what has me hesitant right now, because SPY has not looked like it's, we get these pullbacks to the 34 and then it drops some more. And when the SPY's dropping and, Qs are dropping, which I don't have a Q chart up here right now, but UVXY is going up. That's when it gets a little concerning that there may be some more downside, and there's going to be some stuff that gets pulled back, that gets yanked down, like with the market as a whole. So that's kind of where I would start on understanding market conditions and where we're at, and charts. I have actually somebody I was talking to last night who said, is it safe to get in the market? And I'm like, well, I don't know that it's ever safe, but yeah, we're at all-time highs. If you want to get into something long, look for like a high value stock with a low P&E that is at an area or near an area of long-term support on a chart. It's not at all-time highs. It's already pulled back. It's already taken a hit. Those are the ones that will likely take less of a hit if we do get, a bigger market pullback. I don't know if we will. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. But if it does, you look for stocks that have already taken a hit. For longer term trading, like investing, find a market that, like a sector that you're good at, that you have some knowledge about. For me, it's tech. For shorter term, like what I'm doing right here, intraday or day trading, or, or call it intra-week swings, it's more about the chart. And for that, you want to learn, like focus on, 2 or 3 tickers and learn how they move, learn how they, how they react to market conditions, and just get to know them, inside and out very well, so that you can, confidently enter a trade knowing that you have a sense of how the thing moves and you're not going to get wiped out on one trade. Yeah, I would paper trade a lot. But yeah, I mean, Sneaky, the best thing that you can do, they don't have to be complex. Hang out here a bit and watch, and you'll see. And I try to keep it somewhat simple as I can, and still feel like I have the information I need. But if you're an engineer, like, the name of this game is trying to find the trend. It's a puzzle, and that puzzle is, okay, what is it, you know, what kind of trend can I find? If I look at a longer term chart of something, start with like a weekly chart. Okay, do I see anything that stands out? Well, I can see that here on the weekly, it has bounced. This has bounced off the 89 EMA twice, went through all the EMAs, came back, touched the 21 EMA, came back, almost tested the 21 EMA before making another pop. So, what is the logical next move? Well, for me, it would be sideways consolidation until the 21 EMA comes up and approaches the price. Something like in here. You could see how that could potentially play out. Maybe you get a little pullback, but somewhere where the price meets the 21 EMA again. Now, I don't know if that'll happen. They did get a price target upgrade, so that can impact things a little bit. So you got to pay attention to that. Like if you're playing off a chart and off of a trend, but there's news that comes out that could potentially break that trend, that's what you got to pay attention to. So let's see if we can put together any sort of longer term trend, just a regular trend line here, if there's anything that lines up. So something like that, you can see bounced off that trend line. This was back in September 2017, did it again March this year, again in May. So definitely if it made it back to that trend line, that would be an area that I would consider, like, once you get 3 points of contact, you look at that as being a trend. And it has 3. You could also potentially see a trend line that looks something like that, where you've got, multiple times that it has hit that. And I bet if we drew a parallel channel, we would see some similarity here. So if I draw, a lot of times things act or move like this. There's some sort of parallel. Look at that. You can see this parallel channel that it popped out of and came right back. Popped out of, came right back. Rejected the top of that channel, came down, tested the bottom, rejected the top. Finally popped through, and it used the top of that as support a couple times. When it broke through it, it went right back down and tested the bottom of this channel, top of the channel, bottom of the channel, top of the channel. Now we're above it again. So potentially the first area of, longer term support would be at the top of this parallel channel. Yeah, Simmons, I use the EMAs that line up with the fibs. So the fib numbers, 21, the 34, the 55, the 89. On longer term charts, those are the EMAs that I use. On shorter term, I typically just look at the 9, the 34, and the 200 MA and VWAP. Yep, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Right on, Sneaky. Yeah, happy to help wherever I can. But yeah, I mean, just look for those trends. I'll tell you, I'm also a big fan of the fibs because you'll see stuff a lot of times move, uh, in relation to those fibs. So you can learn how to draw them. They're not hard by any means, but if I was to look at Roku here, let's look at this on a 1 hour time frame. If I was to draw a fib here, I would draw it like this from the impulse low somewhere down in here to the high before pulling back. Potentially something like that. So you can see that Roku on this drop pulled back pretty close to this 382 extension. It did drop down below it, but not by much. I mean, that's, and it's not going to be exact. You could probably adjust, and sometimes if it doesn't line up exactly, I'll make some really minor adjustment and say, okay, maybe I didn't quite get the bottom here. That's definitely the bottom. Go and check the top and see how that lines up. It looks like the top. So you get something like that, right? And you can see, let's make this a little bigger. You can see where it's paused and checking to see if there's support here at that 382. It's testing that to figure out if people are going to buy it up there or not. Are they going to support it there at the 382? Same place back here where it found a little support, and pretty close to it in here. You can see tons of times where that acted as support or resistance, which makes it even more interesting when you find a fib like that you can say, okay, this is seen a reaction in the price. It has seen a reaction several times. That makes it more significant. And that's how you draw support and resistance. The more that something reacts at a given level, the more significant that level becomes. So this 125.96, I would say, is pretty significant. You could also look at this 151.71 and say, okay, well, up here it was resistance. When it did finally get through, it came back, it tested it and used it as support. Today we gapped right through it, right? So we didn't even test it. We just went right through it. But it was also resistance here, 17 September. So, you just kind of look and see if you can find, 31 October, it was up in here. 16 September. And that's about it. You could also see this spot right here, which is 141.25. You could see that being a pretty key area. So that's it. I mean, that's all I'm looking for is those trends and those longer term areas of support and resistance. If you want to buy something to hold on to it for a while, look at it on a daily or a weekly. And I'm not suggesting you buy Roku. I'm just using this as an example. I mean, if you were to look at something like, I'm holding PG right now, but if you were to look at something like a PG on a weekly chart, and you can see that, okay, it's come down and it's tested this 21 EMA several times, and it's bouncing off it right now. You would expect, potentially that the next move is up here around 130, 131. You want to try to find stuff that is, again, it's at a level that has proven to be support. That's all. Yeah, you can ask. Lick my lips. Throw them out there. All right, see this area that we had drawn on SPY for potential support, broke through that, and now it's kind of acting as resistance. Didn't quite make it up there. So what I just went through on the chart, like an area that I identified on a time frame as being an area that might be tough to get through on the way up. That would be resistance. Or if you're playing, resistance is typically used as an area that it has to get through to move up higher. Support would be an area that you would expect it to either bounce to move higher, or if you're playing something short, support would be an area that you kind of like resistance on the way up, that you're looking at it going, well, if we can get through this support, we could continue to see some more downside. That's all. Support and resistance are just long-term areas on the chart that show changes in direction in price action. That's what you're looking for. You're just looking for when it does hit these areas, where does it tend to change direction? And if it does it at the same spot over and over again, then you know that's a key area. So like if I get rid of these, let me get rid of these lines because I don't need them. So if I start with a clean chart here on SPY, right? This is a weekly chart. Well, what I can see is first I'm going to see if the parallel channel lines up. Something, maybe kind of like that you can see. And this is, since June, this has been kind of the trend. And I'm just using this chart as an example, right? I don't really chart SPY quite this way, but this is just as an example. So that's on a weekly. If I go down to a daily, let's say I was to draw this on the daily chart, it would look similar. Let's see if we do like that. Something like that makes sense on the daily. You can see where it has used the top of this channel as support, broke back through it, came back through, used the top of that as resistance, support, kind of bouncing around in there. It's broken out of it a few times, but that has been the trend since 12 February 2016. It has messed around at the top or bottom of that trend, and that's a parallel channel, right? So I would consider the top of that to be support or resistance, the bottom of that to be support or resistance, because the price changes direction often when it approaches that area. You can also draw a horizontal line in here and say, okay, well, we remember this big drop, right? This is kind of known as an inverse head and shoulders, but you can draw some horizontal lines in here and say, okay, well, 293.40 rejected twice, came back, tested the bottom of that channel, played around this 239.40 up and down, up to 300, down to what, 284-ish. What's the next logical move? And this is what everyone's kind of looking at right now. Like, what's the next logical move? Well, it either breaks out, stays above this channel, and does what it did down here and rides the top of this channel up, or it rejects and comes back down to test the bottom of this channel. So you just kind of pull your chart up on a longer time frame, a daily or a weekly or something like that, and look for areas where when it gets there, it changes direction. And it does it more than once. If you're intraday, maybe it's only once, but when you're looking at long term, you want to see that a consistent pattern. And I use a couple of, different tools like I just did, drawing that parallel channel, a couple of horizontal lines, and then you might draw the fibs and say, okay, well, the last impulse low to impulse high, let's see where we're at. Well, it wouldn't be out of the question for me if the next move that we make comes down to test somewhere just above 309. Not to say it'll happen, but you can see where it bounced around here at the 786 extension before getting through it, came back down, tested as support before moving a little bit higher. Will it come back and test that? I don't know, but that is one possibility. That puts it at 309.43. If I adjust it just a little bit, 309.24. So somewhere between 309 and 309.50, maybe. So did that help? So Burl, which everyone seems to like the flow on Burl. I don't like how high it is, but intraday, it's bouncing off this 200 MA currently. I don't like the volume here. I think there was some flow on some longer dated calls, so that might be okay. But I just don't like where I know they got a price target upgrade, but I don't like where it's at. Thanks for the follow. Good, good. I think this AbbVie is going to work out. We'll see. It keeps rejecting the 200. It's got to get through it, but once it does, then I think we got a shot here to make a nice move to the upside. I mean, it's tough right now. It's just, stuck in this channel here. Something that looks kind of like that. We're just kind of stuck in there. And when it gets out of that, hopefully for me it's to the upside, but when it does get out of that, you can expect to see a bigger move. So now it looks to me like we are back. Let me get rid of that. So that would explain why we're doing this back and forth right here. To me, I mean, this just started last month, really. I mean, you can say, well, it was close to it here in October, but see, that's 22 November. But it also lines up here with the longer term trend. Let's see, 17 October-ish. So end of October, this has kind of been the trend line. And we didn't hold it. Now we're just underneath it, hitting our head against the top of it. So it's got to get through that, to get that upside move. You'd want to see it get through that and use it as support. If it continues to reject it, then you may get a bigger pullback. And again, all these lines are approximate, right? None of this is perfect. And you can see that just by adjusting it just a little bit, it changes the narrative. And we go, okay, well, actually, now we're above it. So, keep that in mind when you're drawing this stuff, that it's like, it ain't exact. But it doesn't have to be. You just kind of want to get the idea, know where you are on the chart. Know what you're dealing with as far as support and resistance goes and trends. Just have some sort of sense of, and that's all you're trying to do is dissect and figure out, okay, what's going on here? Like, why is it doing what it's doing? Why are we stuck? Well, it makes sense to me as to why maybe we're stuck a little bit. This is a good sign that it came down when it did pull back from 90. I mean, this thing was all the way up and over 90. When it did pull back, it pulled back to the 55 EMA on the daily, went right back through the 21. So that's a good sign. So the bias here, in my opinion, is upside, but you can also kind of see what you're dealing with right here. Let me get rid of this. Go back to a parallel. So, I mean, you're at the bottom of this parallel channel. So you would hope that it would find some support there. Otherwise, you have to go out longer term. Oops. All right, now we're getting, looks like maybe SPY at the moment has kind of double bottom, triple bottomed almost here. So let's see if we can get above, here we go, there's 311.85, 87-ish. You know, maybe we get a move higher. For right now, I'm going to get out of my SPY puts. They're green. I'm going to get out of them for now. Because you can see that kind of being a triple bottom here. So now you might, if you get a little pop here, then you might start to see some stuff, you know, move the other direction. It's been, you know, everything's been trending down today. you start getting a pop on the SPY, and you'll see a lot of this stuff, start to recover if it continues. How much are those Twilios? You got the Twilio. The 99s are only $1.22. Oh, 99s. Never mind. That's not. Let's see. What do we got? The 97s are $2. I think that's what I would be interested in. But you could go 99. I mean, it wouldn't take long. If the market starts to rally a little bit, this thing will go to 99 pretty quick. Very interesting. There's a little pop on SPY.
Order filled.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, some of you have heard me say this, these sorts of scenarios you can get messed with, meaning, okay, you have what you've identified as resistance, okay? You have what you've identified as support. We broke through the 34. Every trader out there is looking at this right now, guaranteed. Like all the day traders are looking at this going, well, we broke through the 34. We got above the 80 MA. We broke through this previous resistance, which you would now expect to become support. So there are times you will see one or two candles above before it drops back down, which is literally just, it's like a fake out breakout. It doesn't actually happen. But right now, it looks okay. So we'll see. And you can see Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, everything but Apple is now moving up. So when the SPY is moving up, all these things are going to move up with it. If you aren't sure why that happens, go look at the SPY holdings. What has the biggest impact on the SPY? So I picked up a really small position in Twilio. I'm going to give it a shot here. This week's 97s. I'm not convinced until it gets over VWAP that, this is going to come back and regain some of what it's lost. But, I'm willing to risk a little bit here. Yeah, the 1 minute, just like everything else, the 1 minute looks like it consolidated after that drop and kind of just like SPY did, it just broke over that resistance where it was hitting its head. Just at an interesting spot. Now this could also be, let's look real quick at a 5 minute. Actually, I'm going to go to a 15. Nope, 5. Now, again, you see pretty close to that 786 on this bounce. It's amazing how that stuff lines up, isn't it? Bobby, yeah, I am. I'm just looking to scalp it. So this is not something that I plan on swinging. But I'm gonna try to scalp it right here. I got in the 97 calls for this week. And I'm down. Right now I'm red 3%. And that could just be the spread. All right, let's go Twilio. All right, now SPY back over 312. See if that can hold. A little drop on UVXY, but potentially some support here. Let's see if it triple bottoms. You want to see it break this 1575 to get some continuation of the upside on SPY. That's got to break. Don't like that right there. That sell volume that came in. Not a big fan of that. And every time I think there's a dark pool print, I go look, and there's not. But there is a kind of a cup forming here. All right, that's got to get muted. That is obnoxious. And for those of you who are listening that know who Charlie is, he is going to be here, I think, every day this week starting tomorrow. Sounds like he's got a doctor's appointment today, but then we'll be on live with us the rest of the week. Probably in and out, but he's going to try to spend some time over here this week. All right, let's go Twilio. Let's get through this resistance, and then we can really have some fun. Got to get through this, though. Happy Trader Guy, what's up? Welcome. Welcome back. Yep. Come on. Let's go. Ready, go. Nice. I did play Spy Puts. I'm out now, but I did play them earlier. And I played Roku Puts. And I shorted Roku Commons. I caught 10 bucks a share on Commons on Roku. Downside. And about 400% on some 130 puts. You would be correct on both accounts. Yeah, those are what I'm watching right now. On the 1 minute, I've got it above the 9 EMA as well. So I'm watching that to see if that can hold. If not, then you've got the 34 is down at 96.75, and then that 96.55, 56 area. But it's looking like it wants, like I've got a cup here, on the 5 minute. So I'm looking to see if it can break through. Cool. Yay. Well, now I like it even more. Let's go. Yeah, happy trader guy. I agree. This is going to be an interesting week. I mean, I was hesitant to take anything long because of what's going on. But we got a nice little bounce on SPY. And I was watching Twilio look like it had bottomed out here. And we did kind of have a triple bottom on SPY. And now we're back to an interesting level coming up on VWAP. And potential resistance 312.30 intraday. But I've got UVXY now crossed below VWAP, currently below the 80 MA. So we'll see. We might be out of the woods for the day, but I don't know. Nothing's real convincing right now. All right, Twilio. Gotta break VWAP. Gotta get through VWAP. 97.40. Ah, it's good to know. Does not close below the 10 simple moving average in 36 days. Well, is that he's looking at potentially a daily. Let's see. Yep. I mean, mine's an 8 EMA on this chart for whatever reason. Usually I use the 9, but yeah, I can see that. And Peloton now apparently going for high day. And Shop has recovered $8 off its drop that it took. AbbVie still looking like it's consolidating, but now back under the 34. Not wanting to participate. Come on, Twilio. You can do it! Let's go. Now, if SPY rejects and we get a pullback here, we're going to get a pullback here too, most likely, because it's right here at VWAP. So let's see, where are we at? Up a whopping 10%. I'm going to close out 1/3 of that position for a 10% gain. Very small gain, but
Order filled.
I don't want to risk the entire position on a bigger pullback. Just in case. You can see this resistance here, 312.25-ish. There we go. Now we might get a move here. Not that this wasn't a good move. I mean, we caught, a pretty decent pop here. Now those contracts will start to move. We get over 97.50, and I think these things will start to move. Come on, get back up there. Don't do that. So what I did close out of, I filled at 225. This is kind of what I was concerned about. Not that it's concerning by any means yet, but there you go. And you can kind of see that coming a little bit, right? When you're looking at this and it's coming up on this resistance and it starts to struggle a little bit, and you go, okay, if we're going to pull back, this is where we're probably going to pull back. Now let's see if we can hold the 34 EMA. But you can kind of see that as it's happening. It's like, okay, we're right at VWAP on Twilio. SPY is at a, at an area of resistance. So you could sense that you might get a drop here. I mean, the chance is still, it still exists for it to break through that 312.25 and then keep going. And it could just come back here and test 311.85, before trying again. But ZM is over 70. I think ZM is pretty interesting, although this at the moment, could just be like a bear pennant here. But if it breaks out, you could see 72, 73 pretty quick. Okay, now you're getting UVXY. So VIX dropping, UVXY back above VWAP. Don't be surprised to see another pullback here on SPY. It has not come back down yet to test this 311.86. That was a little bit of a gap up on UVXY on that candle. And you're going to see everything else kind of respond to that. Now you really want to see UVXY reject the 34 right there, because if it doesn't, eek. Go back and look. ZM doesn't seem to care all that much at the moment, but and above 70.52, I like it. Maybe even a little lower. I know, Bobby. I'm watching. I'm watching that, and I'm watching SPY trying to figure its shit out right now and what it's going to do. Good. Good. I sold a third of it for a 10% gain. And I might be selling. I'm watching this line here, this 96.57 support area, to see if that's going to hold. Or if we're going to come all the way back to 95.84. That's kind of what I'm watching. No, PB Kern doesn't give a shit. I'm not watching the chart, but I see my position and what it's doing. There's no options on Kern, so I don't, and that wasn't intended to be, a short-term position. So I'm not really paying much attention to it. It can have some big pullbacks, know that. Like, this thing is crazy. But yeah, it looks pretty good here on the daily. You can't, excuse me, unfortunately there's no options on it. Yeah, this thing is kind of wild.
filled.
Okay, I just got out of the majority of Twilio. That we got big drops. I have 2 contracts left. Because it's lunchtime, I am going to, not lunchtime here, but East Coast. I'm going to set a stop on what I have left and take a little break. Like this can be a weird time to trade because you get these algo candles that come in, you get low volume moves. So I don't really want to sit here and watch the shenanigans that takes place. It can be nerve-wracking. You get this kind of garbage. China will soon release an unreliable entity list, which includes relevant entities, says China Global Times, citing sources.
Order filled.
Any new positions? No, Bobby. I mean, I got a risky play on Roku that I'm not gonna talk about because I don't want anybody following anything like that.
Order filled.
For snow in New Jersey, we've had some snow. YOLO puts long, um, and I did a collar. That is the Hull moving average. Correct. Yep. Yeah, maybe after the market closures, some like go take a look. Look at it like on as a 55 period and a 200, but that indicator that I'm using, you have to kind of go look at the math on how it works and why. But yeah, it's more responsive than the EMA or an SMA. Yeah, no problem. Eltor, if you're using something different than TradingView, It's not, or even different candles. They can be slightly different, but they should be pretty close. I got 137.14 on the 1 minute. Trading View. Um, what does VWAP show for you? And I've heard this before. I mean, there's been other times where it's been slightly different. $136.33. Oh, that's significantly different. I mean, that's 75 cents. That's a pretty big difference. I don't know. I have 137.14. Is your data real time? Well, I guess it wouldn't matter because mine hasn't been 136 in quite a while. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder, are you using the built-in VWAP or are you using somebody's custom VWAP indicator? Does it just say VWAP? Because I'm just using like the built-in one. Huh. I honestly couldn't tell you why. What I can say is VWAP is supposed to be the same on any time frame, and mine don't match on a 1 minute and a 30 minute. They're slightly different. On a 15 minute, I have it at 136.92. Five minute 137.14, 1 minute 137.14. So those match. Actually, no, this is showing 137.08 now. I don't know. It's weird. See if I refresh if it still shows the same numbers. Yep. 15 minute 136.92, 137.14 on a 1 minute. I thought they were supposed to be the same. Yeah, maybe not, but you use TradeStation? Gotcha. Look at this pop Roku's getting. Just crazy. Psycho. Oh, thanks, Callie. So as usual, SPY dropping, Roku the other direction, Roku going up. It likes to go inverse the market. Kind of silly. Not much volume here. You can see it's kind of just average, maybe a little less. Roku, ton of volume. And Twilio, not really, kind of hovering right around what its average volume is. No, Bobby. And I didn't actually set a stop there, but you definitely should just play a stop. I think I put in $1 as a stop loss. It's showing 106 by 110 right now. But I'm playing the bottom of this channel here. Yeah, Whaler. Kern can be crazy. I can't believe it's almost $9. But there's no options on Kern, so you can't play options on it. But look at that drop right there. I mean, that was what, 28.96. That was 30 cents. That was a 30-cent drop in one candle. After going up 40 cents in one candle. I mean, it's just, that's why I don't really play it like that. I did, but only on this day I played it. Since then, I've just kind of been accumulating a small position. I was kind of buying in here. And you can see, it kept dropping. I was picking up little bits here and there. And then it just does this. So I was red on it for a while. But I'm not now. Oh. I mean, I would say if this gets any lower here, protect your capital, cut it. You've kind of got to decide what you're comfortable with. But if it comes all the way back down to test this, those contracts are going to take a huge hit. But it looks weak at the moment. And there's nobody buying it back up. There's nobody holding it up. So God, Roku is just nutty. Shop dancing at VWAP and the 34 EMA. Let's go look at Shop. Yeah, it is. I like Shop. I wish it's already recovered quite a bit today because it was down like 20 some dollars, right? But it did find a good place to find to act as support there. God, that daily candle. Yeah, it's pushing back up though. Yeah, definitely a good spot for Shop to find support. When was that? That was that was this morning. Wait. Yeah. Yep. I haven't priced those out today. Are you in Shop? Or are you just looking at it? Another one, like the premium they're just expensive, right? Those tickers where that implied volatility just kind of kills you. Yep, more SPY downside. And that's the concern with everything right now. Besides Roku. Roku just keeps going up. And still climbing. That thing is just nuts. Not sure how to play it. Yeah, it's just tough because there's so much juice on those contracts. Here goes Roku. Now 140, 138.65. And now the calls are just ridiculous. When you got to go, let's see, down to or up to like even the 148s are $2. Yeah, I like shop, and if you can, like, that's something that I've played commons on shop a few times, just because there's so much premium priced into those contracts. It makes it tough for sure. All right, Twilio, let's go do it already. Don't let Roku be the only one that goes up. Splunk looks pretty good too. Scalped Roku, nice, nice. Oh, you scalped Roku again. Sweet. Zachary, so what's up? It's lunchtime. I am just analyzing potential Splunk trade at the moment. New to the stock game. Splunk, SPLK is the ticker. They are a data analytics company, data collection, data presentation, that sort of thing. And they did get a price target upgrade again today after getting one last week. So they're pretty interesting to me. I like the company. Took this kind of gnarly drop this morning, but a lot of stuff did, right? So it's not unthinkable as to why that happened.
Order rejected.
Zachary, go back and watch this video. Watch the morning of it, because I talked for about an hour, 45 minutes on where to start, kind of charting. That's key. Learn how to chart, learn how to read the charts, is very important. And I talked about a strategy for trading intraday and a kind of strategy for longer term investments or longer term trades. So we did kind of talk about some of that stuff this morning. PNW is back up at 224 after being down like 221 ish, 222 this morning. Looks like ATVI had some news. Let's see. Video games. Stifle says it's still a down year for video games. Is all. Yeah, Zachary, and I'll be here. I think if you go watch it, especially, starting about an hour ago, hour and maybe start from like an hour and a half ago or something, you'll see um, someone else kind of came in. Sneaky Will came in and kind of asked the same question. He said, starting from like scratch, where's a good place to start? How do I learn? And it'd be I think good for you to like go watch that. And if you don't get around to it today, I'll try to cut that section out and make just a separate video on it. But hang out here. I mean, I spend the day going through tickers and going through charts and potential setups and plays and stuff like that. So, I think it's not a bad place to hang out and try to learn some of this stuff. Velo a day. Yep. If Splunk, yeah, now it's through VWAP.
Order rejected.
Coop, you should have. I'll put it that way. You should have. You should have stopped out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are under $1 now. $94 by $98. I'm looking at. Let me go back to this. This right where it's at right here, this 87.14-ish. You can see several times, hitting that spot, that 87.14. If it keeps pulling back, it could come all the way back down to 85.50-ish, potentially. So that's a 4 hour. Let's go down to like a 15-minute. Yeah, I'm gonna give it just a little bit more to see if this holds its support, and it because it once it finds support, like you can see, it makes some decent bounces pretty quick. But if it continues to drop here, I'll just cut it. I still have longer term stuff in AbbVie that I'm cool with. So I was hoping, and I mean, technically, the way that we set this up, this trade is broken. It's busted. So, you're not down much. Cut it. As soon as it broke down, you guys heard me. I cut a portion of that position just because I was already kind of worried about it with the overall market. But I want to see if it finds support in here. Like I said, if it does, it will move the other direction, at a pretty decent pace. And I got out of that Walmart short, which worked out really well, but I'm out of it. Actually, I take that back. I still have a little bit left, but I'm getting out of it. I mean, I got what I wanted out of it, so not to say it can't continue, but I got what I wanted. Piton 36. Right back up there. Didn't take long. All right, I'll be right back. Just need about 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. Yeah, Island, it is a little crazy today. I think this afternoon could get interesting. Uh, I'm watching Spy here. Look like it's trying to make its way back up. But, one thing I think that's really important to understand about this is that when the market's wacko and you can't get a direction, like, just hang out and make yourself, you want to be, I mean, hell, just leave me in your ear or something and study, and you don't, just you're not always going to get a move when you want to get the move. So it's like, all right, I'm going to hang out. And a lot of my time, that's what I'm doing. I'm hanging out, waiting, um, just kind of waiting for for something to happen, waiting for the right setup, the right trade.
Order rejected.
Right now I'm trying to figure out if you open a strategy type in TradeStation, how to close one leg or how to close them both at the same time. I have not even figured that out. One leg I can do, but if I want to close both sides of it out, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. TradeStation, I'm new to TradeStation, so I think I figured it out.
Order filled.
Okay, I figured it out. Let's see. Nathan. Oh, I mean, Hells will pop right back in here right now if I sent him a note and said, "Hey, come hang out." Um, I don't think he's offended. He does tend to get. He just doesn't like. He doesn't do well with all the noise that happens like in main chat. So he tends to, and I think more so recently, um, after coming over here and seeing how quiet it was and like relaxed, he's like, yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna be in main chat all that often anymore. So I think he likes some peace and quiet. But let me go see what he's doing. See if he's around. So I sent Hells a note. So if he's around, we'll bring him in here and chat with him for a little bit. And let's see. Coop, yeah, I mean you can see here on the 1 minute chart where I drew this support, also on the 15 minute. So see if that can hold. So the Piton, let's see, because we still have some Peloton January $35 calls. I'm gonna hold those for now. They got some time on them. Well, I guess not that much time. It's hard to believe that we're already in December. $35.31. If it doesn't hold that, then I will exit at least a portion of those calls because they are up nice. What's Mel saying about Alta? Ooh, look at Alta. Nice bounce. 235. Let's look at Alta on the daily. So that's what I need to be doing is like when I put an alert in here and I say, okay, I'm interested in Alta, especially if it can get like above, even above yesterday's resistance, which is pretty close to high day here. I want to know. I think it could be interesting. So set an alert, and then I need to update the watch list and actually put that in there. So let's see. I think that is right here. I'd also like to know, I think, if it gets back down to this like 232-ish. Right in there. Maybe up a little higher, like right in there. Well, that looks very cup and handle-ish. I can't suggest or recommend anybody play Roku just because of how fast it moves, but see what it does right here. Oh, now it looks like... Let's see what it does. Let's go look at TTD. That's another one. I think the spreads are pretty bad. I think the spreads are kind of gnarly. $0.30 to $0.40 spread premium. 230, 250s, 650 by $7. So yeah, there's a lot of premium on those. I don't like to mess with that until Friday. There we go, Twilio. Let's go. We need 97.50. And it pulled right back. Off VWAP. That's the third rejection off VWAP. Higher lows. So now it's got to go try again. We needed to go try again and like bust through and run like $2. That would be sweet. And AbbVie's still looking weak right here. SPY holding up well from that drop, at least at the moment. Now, East Coast lunch coming to a close, so let's see what direction they're going to take it for the rest of the day. So I just filled a YOLO. I just filled the 1250 calls at 7 cents. Yeah. I mean, they're cheap enough, right? It's like, yeah, I'll try them. And they're still showing, I'm showing 6 cents by 7 cents. It's it's a lotto ticket on this Veil. It was halted. I don't even know why. Uh, and it just unhalted and got a little pop. It's probably going to pull right back down to $12. I have no idea. But nothing else is really. I'm still in Twilio, so I'm watching that. Um, in a little Splunk and AbbVie, but they're not really doing all that much at the moment. So it's mostly just for entertainment purposes. I mean, I bought a couple of them at $7 a piece, so just for fun, Coop. Just for fun, not an investment. Not just something to play with. I mean, I have no idea why it was halted. I don't even know what it is. So keep that in mind. Let's see if we can go find out. I I don't know why it was halted. Yeah, I highly doubt this thing. They did get an upgrade with a $15 price target, but that was last month. So Veil 1250 calls are going. So I guess there's some other 1250s that are coming in the flow. I'm not the only dumb one, apparently. I saw that, but I'm not sure why. I'm not even seeing any flow on it. Just checking my filters. I don't have anything turned on. It's weird. Vail executive says expects to restore 15 million tons of lost capacity in 2020, another 25 million in 2021. Don't know. Let's go see what what's the float on this thing. Um, 5 billion shares and nothing short. But I'm showing 5.4 billion outstanding shares. Let's see. 38% insider owned, 19% institutional owned, Still billions of shares out there. So I don't even know how it's moving right now with that many shares in the float. There's a nice little pop on AbbVie. I think Twilio. Come on, Twilio. Come on, SPY. Give us a push. Splunk, Peloton. BMY still looking pretty good. They're supposed to have news today, too. BMY. Like FDA news or something. Decision, something or other. Bristol Myers. I don't know the details of it, but... That Vail has a 5 billion share float. Yeah, 5 billion with a B. Yeah. Oh, it actually might be. I show. So StockBot says 5.4 billion OS, 3.5 billion. Sorry. Yeah, StockBot gives you two different numbers. The other number it gives you is 5.4 billion OS, 3.5 billion float, with a whopping 0.84% short interest. So yeah, same story. Same story though. Bobby says it's the biggest iron miner. Thanks, Bobby. Dude, I don't know anything about it. I just saw that pop and saw the 1250s for 7 cents. And I said, sure, I'll give it a shot. There's a nice pop on Twilio. Come on. There we go. There's a pop. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Coop. Yeah. That's probably the best way to do it since I'm here anyway. You're gonna hear me here anyway. So Twilio kind of popped above that turtle line there. Twilio's breaking out a little bit here. Let's see. Netflix stock falls after KeyBank sees competition causing a rise in customer acquisition costs. Just going through some rating upgrade and downgrades. Navi, NAVI, got some upgrades late last week. Shop rated as very bearish. ZM rated as very bearish. Marvel has ER tomorrow. Didn't realize that. AOBC has earnings in a couple of days, 3 days, December 5th. Navi goes ex-dividend. Those are the big ones that I see. Yeah, no problem. Just came through on Fidelity. I don't know if it's old, but ATBI is rated as bullish. They got a little upgrade. Roku pulling back. Yeah, a little bit. Kern is back over $9. Whew, duh. One thing that would be good to note, I think, if you're looking at Kern, is there are a bunch of outstanding warrants. They did a warrant offering a while back. Actually, I think it was when it might have actually been when they IPO'd. They offered warrants and commons, and there's still a lot of those warrants are still out there. All right, there's Alta, 236 and change. Nice pop on Alta. Alta's another one. Usually the premiums are pretty bad. Yes, they are. So this week's like 245s are $7, $8. So, you know, that kind of stuff can be tough to play. You can certainly scalp it and make some money, but they do go up quick. They also go down quick. I usually wait. Actually, if you were looking at anything, next week's 245s are only $1 more, and you have another week on them. Still pretty expensive, but that's probably what I would play. But I usually wait till like Friday to play Alta, because the premium, you know, the juice isn't there. You can play something closer to the money. Not too expensive to play. But yeah, those are tough to play on a Monday. What else we got? Let's see. Amazon down at 1775. Microsoft barely over 150. Nvidia's down about $6 today. Shop has recovered some, still down $10. Facebook just barely under 200. Netflix down 585. Fucking Maxar is green. Yeah, Tommy, I'm watching it. I mean, I'm in it, so I am paying attention to what it's doing. So the Kern warrants actually aren't that bad. I think you exercise at like 7 something. If you want to exercise them, it's like 7 something a share. Let me go look at those. See if I can find the information on those for you. What's up, Bobby? I don't know. I can't find the specifics on them. Project system. Any warrant either not exercised or tendered back to the company by the end of the date specified in the notice of call shall be canceled. Okay, so still not sure what the exercise price is. So it looks like 1150. And you have about 4 years until they actually expire. So the strike price is looks like 1150 from what I'm seeing. So something to keep in mind, you can buy basically options on that thing, $11.50 strike price, and you got 4 years or something like that on them. Now, if the price trades above, I think it was $22 for any period of time, they can call on you to exercise those warrants early, but the strike price remains the same, still $11.50. So that's interesting. So I assume that is, let me go. And if anyone else finds any information on these, I'm interested. I'd like to know. So one warrant is worth one share. The warrants are 83 cents. Exercisable at $11.50. So you're paying 83 plus the 11.50 for per share that you can sit on. So that's interesting. What I don't know is, I have no idea how many they put out there, but definitely interesting. Here goes AbbVie. Go baby go. Still not green. We need some more, but it's popping a little bit. Piton 36.25. Little pullback on that one on Kern. BMY still looking pretty good. Still haven't seen their news. Wait a minute. No. No news. I just sent the information on those warrants to somebody else to have them look at them, see what they think. Sam, I'm staring at it. Yep. Yep. I'm currently in some Twilio. It was quite the dip, but the entire market dipped. Well, I still think it has to get, and it wasn't 107, um, unless that was like pre-market. No, it hasn't been 107 yet. I still think, I've got this 106 level as being, it's got to get to 106 before you really can think about holding it. But I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say given, like, if I look at this on a daily chart. I mean, this is kind of what we were dealing with. I actually really, really liked it this morning. I was looking at it going, man, it just got through this 34 EMA on the daily. If we can get, and we had two green candles right here, it looked like it was set up potentially for a third. And that would have been a really good sign. It'd go up and test, probably test that 55 EMA on the daily, which it didn't quite get there before. It didn't quite get there here. And then we got this big pullback. I think it's time for it to go test it, but it's, the whole market pulled back today. This morning there was drops, a couple of drops across the board. So it's hard. I like it, but Roku dropped. Yeah. Roku also got a downgrade and some price target downgrades. So that was part of the reason for the Roku drop, I think. Bobby, you bought some AbbVie? I'm still holding some. I have a lot of AbbVie, but I'm still holding a little bit of this week's. I would wait for it to get above VWAP because it may not. But and I'm still red on what I have. Not nearly as red as I was earlier, but they're still red. Bobby, will I? Yeah, if AbbVie is still looking good, I'll swing it. And Max R, man, I have been in Max R forever, literally forever. I don't. It's hard to like. What's a good entry on Max R? It was a while ago. I mean, I was buying it like in the sixes. Um, you've got. Let's look at this on a daily. This 1030 ish, 1015 wouldn't have been too bad. Now you have kind of a cup forming here. You know, if you stretch this out to a week, what's this trend line look like? Something like that since March. Maybe it comes back to try to test that trend. That would be a good place. Or like I said, you know, somewhere in the low tens certainly wouldn't be too bad to try it. Or wait for, this is kind of the third option, wait for the 21 EMA to cross the 34 on the daily. And then you can get in, you know, expecting that trend continues. If you're willing to hold it for a while. But yeah, I've been in MaxR for quite a while. Does that help? Oh, JCon, thanks. Why did it not pop up on my screen? That's supposed to, like, when you do that, it's supposed to pop up. Let's see, did I disable? Maybe I did. Where's my alert box? Yeah, I was on the wrong scene.
Oh, AJ
That
saying
sucks. I wanted to see
ICPT.
that.
Oh, that's very
Do they
nice.
have 1 penny cheers?
Very nice, AJ.
Or bits or whatever? I'm bummed that didn't show up. What else is showing up here? There we go. Oh, but that doesn't show my watch list anymore. Let's move that like there. Now we're getting a little pop on AbbVie. Roku taking a little drop. Max R for me, it's one of those that like, it's just kind of cool to own it. In my opinion, like what they do, eventually I think it makes its way back. I have no idea how long it's gonna take, but it's, you know, it's just kind of cool.
Order filled.
VWAP versus Roku. Right below VWAP right now, I've got the 200 as
All right,
well.
so now we got
On Roku. On the
Twilio
1 minute.
235 from 201. See if it can continue this at all. Right on. Yeah, I like them. But that's one of those that I bought some, tucked it away, and I'm not even looking at it. Not even watching. I mean, I still see it. It shows up when I go to that account. I see it in there. I see what it's doing, but I'm not really paying attention to it.
Sporting chunky buy side. Alrighty.
So hopefully this trend-ish, now it's breaking that. Now we have like a little inverse head and shoulders type action on the 1 minute. So let's see where support is now.
Big D, I'm not.
Kern now 940.
Nice call on Roku, Bobby.
Sorry, I just heard my name.
I just said nice call on Roku.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it started to look weak. So I want to tell you guys.
So I was just looking at those Kern warrants because when I looked at them earlier, when I picked up a few, they were 83 cents. Now they're 88 by 93. So they do move.
All right, so now it's going to be interesting for these
So you can
because
play
that's
Kern
a
just
decent
on the
drop on
warrants
the UVXY and a nice little pop
versus
on
playing
the
commons.
SPY and the Qs.
You don't get
So let's
the
see what
same
happens to Roku
size
here.
move, right? It only moved like 7 cents and Kern went up 40 cents. But they can be played.
And just for numbers, we are now up 1.36 on the VIX to 1398. So we're back below 14. Russell negative 1450, Dow down 176.53, Nasdaq down 76.45, and the S&P is down 17.42.
getting some pop here on SPY into the close. Still got about an hour and a half, to go, but very interesting drop on UVXY, pop on SPY.
Mario, I was laughing about that earlier. What is chunky buy side?
You can hear. Yeah, P Melon, you just mute me in Discord. Like, go find my name, right click, and click mute. And then you won't be able to. Or mute the Twitch stream, one of the two. Yeah, you'll want to just mute the Discord. There's no way. Let me double check. Desktop. Oh. Okay. It's because I switched scenes. Should be fixed now. You won't hear them. Shouldn't. It's because I switched the scene. I forgot to remute them. Should be good now, though. All right, Twilio. Let's see, where are we at? 228, 224 by 233. JCon. No, I mean, I'm not. I don't. The only sector that I'm really, probably better informed than most is tech. But you could look at, like, I got into like the healthcare ETFs about a month ago. The XLP, oil and gas. has been beat up and should see a bounce. But I don't I don't play a ton of that. I mean, I do flip in and out of some of the ETFs in my IRA, but you could look at something like the Stock Traders Almanac to get some, a better sense of the cycles that exist. Gotta get my watch list back up on here. Text, let's see. There we go. Do I personally use what, JCon? The yeah, the almanac. Yeah, I buy it every year. Yep. Good information in there. Just on overall trends, the cycles, times a year, things like that. I love it. I know. It's ridiculous, right? All right, guys. I will be back in about 5 minutes or so, and then I'll be here through the close. Um, so give me just a few, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Microsoft still just barely above 150. Bobby says Optinex options activity. Oh, gotcha. Okay, sprint calls seeing notable activity. I think I still have some of those December $7 calls. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, Sprint where it's at seems cheap, but so 3 minutes ago, I got an alert that there was a call sweep on Roku 150s for this week. All right, Twilio, come on. Stop being boring. So AppV went up and rejected rejected VWAP again. Just refuses to go break it and start moving to the upside. What do you guys? Is anybody watching anything that's moving at the moment? TLT. Let's go look at TLT. Oh, yeah. I've only scalped this a few times. But I assume that when you're talking about it popping up, are you talking about playing it or, you know, the impact that it has and what it means to the rest of the market? Alexa, make all my tickers move. No. Sure didn't. Sure didn't. Yeah, exactly. I just trolled a bunch of people on Discord, I guess, with their Alexas. That was pretty funny. Gotcha. There's a bunch of people that said their Alexa said, I don't know how to do that. When I said make the charts move. Poker Pro, man. I don't know if I can do that to people. It has been done though. I feel like we've used that one. We like to do it. You'll hear Mick Diggins do it if you're in Black Box. You'll hear him do it late at night. Like he'll come in and tell it to play some funny songs. The other night, I added something to I can't remember what it was. Like Alexa, add. I can't remember what it was. Toilet paper to the shopping list or something like that. And there was a couple of people that said that it added it to their shopping list. Have you seen that? There was that episode of South Park where they said Alexa something like, it was like 48 times or something, and it was pretty bad. The stuff that they were adding to the shopping list was pretty ridiculous. Alexa, play Baby Shark on repeat. There you go. Yeah, they do. Getting algo candles, or are we actually getting a drop here? Oof. Yeah, a little pullback there on SPY. Pop on UVXY. And a drop coming in on SPY. And Roku's probably going to go up. I want to see. Let's add UVXY. No? Okay. Would have been funny if I would have added UVXY and it would literally follow Roku. That would be awesome. Let's go look at CRWD. What is CrowdStrike doing? December monthlies. Those are $4. What are they buying? The 56s. Oh, I kind of like that. Oh, they have earnings this week. That's why. All right, Microsoft under 150. Roku 138. EQIX took a drop of 1350 today. Let's see. It's too far away from the monthlies on those to really play them yet. because this thing makes some big moves. Go price those out, but they're pretty expensive, and you can only play monthlies. They don't have weeklies on those, and the 560s are still 760 by 830. So actually, that's not too bad, compared to like what I've seen in the past. The 580s for $2 are very interesting, because this thing can go. I mean, it was over 610. I could see those working out. They're still kind of expensive, but I could see them working out. Cafe, most of what I do is try to base trades on long-term areas of support and resistance. And I combine that with, I'm trying to combine it with the flow data and news. But I'm watching the flow and the alerts in Black Box. And then when we get an alert, then I like to go chart it and see if I can get a sense of why they're buying what they're buying and if I like it or not. So I look at the flow, the options flow. I look at the chart. I look at the news. EQIX has been one that I've played a few times. This would have been beautiful pickup down here at 519. This sucker can move. So there's some tickers, there's some stuff that I play, like when we played Zoom or Splunk, or even AbbVie. I've played this a bunch. There's some stuff that I trade, and I have some thesis to go off of besides just a chart. I'm in Peloton, and I have reasons why I'm in Peloton long common shares. I'm in Kern, not because of the chart, but because of what they do, and I think they're really interesting. And you could go into detail about what Kern does and why they're interesting to me. This is like one of the few that I'm playing that are, not a blue chip, or not a large cap. But Twilio is literally just at a place on the chart that is interesting to me. The technical setup, I like. So I would say that, first and foremost, it's technicals, followed by options flow and momentum. And then, lastly for me would be fundamentals. Trading companies that have, that are value trades, value tickers, trading well below where they should be. Yeah, no problem. Time frame wise, most of my stuff is intraday or, 2-3 day swings. I have several accounts that I apply different strategies to. I have an IRA that's mostly longer term stocks with growth potential, and I have a 401k that is mostly ETFs and stuff. And then I have a few accounts that are just brokerage accounts, and those are just intraday, mostly options. I say mostly because there are times like this morning I shorted Roku Commons pre-market. So I'll do that sometimes. How about you? I don't think I've seen your name on here before. What do you trade? Here's a quick look at the alerts from today. I didn't play any of these, but there are your alerts. All right, we got about 40 minutes left. Let's see what they're going to do with the rest of the day here. What direction they're going to take us. I'm thinking up, but let's see. It feels like they're not ready just to let this day end. You know, the way that it started. We took that drop in the morning. We've recovered some of it, but it hasn't pushed any lower. We'll see what happens. Who knows? We could get a big drop at the end of the day, but anybody still in Twilio? I just want to know what I'm working with here. Anybody still in it? You're still in it? It's really, really irritating me. I mean, this is like the lack of range here and movement is just irritating. You are too? This is driving me crazy. I don't know. I might. Actually, I am. I'm going to dump some. If we get one more red candle, I mean, this candle pushed up here, which I like, the wick down here, body of the candle at the top. So it closed near, oh, there we go. See how quick this thing can move, though? Come on. I'm seriously getting tired of watching it. I was about to close out half. Man, that it can move so fast. It's crazy. Like it does, it's just flat, right? And then it gets those candles like that, you can see the buying come in like that. It's crazy. Yeah, something like that, Bobby. Come on. No. Just do it. Now it's going to be dumb right here. Consolidate for 7, 8 candles. That's what it's been doing. But look at it. There's some buy volume coming in here. It just can't. It can't hold it. It gets these little pops and then it pulls back. I mean, I still like it, but it's driving me crazy. Yep, doing the same thing just over and over again. Oh, that's fun. Those are fun candles. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just the same thing over and over again. Let's look at this on like a 15-minute. Yeah, this is a pretty key. It has been since August. Like, we're pretty, we're not too far off from where this thing has found support a bunch.
Order rejected. Name issue there. Sweet. Hey, go look at that EQIX. Pull it up on the daily and see what you think. I think she's ready again. Yeah, well, and you're 553.29 right now. You can only play monthlies, but the 580s for $2, I could see those working out. For December.
Twilio, you're breaking my heart. No news, Bobby. No news. This is about the 6th or 7th time I think that I've played Equinix. They did really well on earnings, which pushed them to. Let's see. No, that was before. No, let's look at their last. When was their last ER? 611. Maybe not. No, they missed on earnings. That's what the pullback was. That's right. Before earnings, we were up here over $600 at one point. This thing can move. I would not mess with it unless you can risk 60 to 70%. Because I've seen those contracts go from being 60% down or 70% down to 100% up. Like that. Like this thing can move. I mean, it's down $15 today, which is only 2.5%, right? It can make some big moves. So you kind of got to know that, like going into it. But I'll take the risk on that because those 580s are $2, and I could see those working out. No. Well, I mean, sort of. It's not. Let's look at. I mean, if you're looking at the daily, you can kind of see that this is kind of an ugly candle in the daily. Getting pushed up though. What I do see. Like squeeze in, look at a weekly and make it, to where you can kind of get a sense of. I think this gives a good picture. I mean, right now, the trend on the weekly is down, but this area that I drew this box in here, this was a while ago. I put this in. You're still in that area. I can also see, let's look at, you got the 21 EMA that was moving down, curling back up a little bit. If we look at it daily, it's just been kind of flat. I mean, flat relative for Amazon, right? 1830 all the way down to 1706, right? $130 range. But for Amazon, it's been pretty flat right here, consolidating. Now it is above on the daily here. And you got it above just about every EMA. Breaking into, where are we at here? We're at 1781.44, which puts us just below the 89 EMA, which is at, oh no, yeah, which is at 1788.33 on the daily. But it's above the 55, the 34, and the 21. The 200 MA being at 1813.72. Amazon is tough for me to trade, and I do it sometimes, like when there's clear direction. But this is not clear. I mean, I would be more interested in shorting it up here, at 1820 and try to play the continuation of this price channel that it's been in, or going long, down in the 1730s. To me, that's more interesting than playing it here in the middle. And so I tend to not mess with Amazon a ton when it's like doing this, because then you just get chopped up. Again, big range, right? Amazon has a lot of range. I just don't. I mean, to me, like looking at a 2-hour chart, this is 2-hour. It looks like it got up here and, kind of topped out again and made this big pullback. You got it holding above the 200 on this 2-hour chart. So that's good. The 200 on the 2-hour at what? 1771.67. And you got 1777 on the 1 minute. I mean, you could play it. It's above VWAP here. Suppose you could, but even that, let's see, what's the range here? VWAP's at 1778, so it's $3. You could play it, but I don't. Nathan, yeah, that's the Hull EMA, or Hull moving average is what it is. It's something I'm testing out. It's more responsive than a typical EMA or SMA. So I'm just kind of trying it out and seeing if I like it. I did some research on it over the weekend. The math is a little bit different on it. Just a different indicator that I wanted to try out. I like that you called it the Christmas ribbon, though. I like that. Let's CRWD getting a nice little pop here. BMY pulling back considerably, about 40 cents, which is kind of a lot for them. I think there was anticipation of news today. Now there's only 20 minutes left, so I wonder if people are selling it, going, well, it's not coming today. I honestly don't know. Leading the sectors today, XLP and XLE. We talked about that earlier. Energy, oil and gas. Weird. Twilio came right down here. What? We should have just played this a couple times, I feel like. But no, I'm just going to sit in it like an idiot and, you know, I'm up a whopping 4% at the moment. I'm just going to sit here and let it irritate me doing this stupid nonsense that it's been doing. You can throw AbbVie into that category right now as well. AbbVie needs a pop here. Last 10 minutes. Let her run. Just no volume. What it looks like. There we go. Come on. I don't know why that chart was not showing the volume bars. That was really strange. Now we're getting some nice buy volume coming in at the end of the day here. Place your bets. Does it reject VWAP again? Does it even make it to VWAP? Does it get over VWAP? It's anybody's guess. What do y'all think? I'd love to. We should do polls like throughout the day. That'd be fun. I need to get some prizes. I don't know, like make a game out of this. Then even the people that aren't trading yet. And we're going to do some polls tomorrow for the people that don't trade and that are still trying to learn. That'll be fun. Ooh, maybe what I'll do, we'll run a contest in where I'll set up polls and like we'll do like a daily contest or something, and then after, I don't know, after like 2 weeks or something, whoever wins gets like a free month of Black Box or something. I bet we can come up with something fun. Hey, Avinash, I saw your question. Check your DMs. I sent you an answer. Hey, Avinash, you're unmuted now. You were muted just because you had an open mic this morning. But and for anyone else that's muted, if you had an open mic, you get server muted. So you got to let us know that hey, I'm back and I'm muted, and then we'll unmute you. What we need, which would be cool, is like a special kind of mute that when someone comes back and they've muted their microphone, they can like confirm and then it unmutes them. But I don't know if there's a bot or anything for that, but that would be cool. Actually, what we could do, I actually could do that. We could create a, well, but it would have to be a separate role, and we would just assign them that role, and then they would have to go into like the waiting room or whatever room, and it could be a role that they could remove themselves from, but that role would mute them. Let me think about that. Sounds complicated. Yeah, I got to think through it a little bit. Let's go, Twilio. We're going to go right back up here and stop again because we only got 6 minutes left. So, you know, we're going to get back up here to like 97.75 and just stop. BMY just keeps dropping. Oh, now we got 850 million to the sell side on the MOC. We were at 375 million to buy. Now we're 850 to sell. So that flipped pretty quick. Fun drop. Why? Keep dropping. I'll buy some more commons. Twilio getting a little pop. Problem is, we got 97s. Tomorrow, they're going to lose a quarter of their value just in decay. Yeah, this shit is nonsense. Nathan, just don't let me, just make sure you don't talk to my wife, because she would agree with you and then I'd have to hear it from her and in here. Come on. Close to bottom? Oh man. 115 off the top of my head. I mean, short term, right? Like 139 I think was pretty strong. Yeah, like this 139 to 140 was pretty strong. We were playing puts. We're playing downside. I'm still liking cat for downside. Like this area right in here, you like if you're playing long, you'd want to see that hold as support. What the hell was that? Oh, that's right. That was TradeStation. You'd want to see that hold as support. But dude, this thing on the longer term charts to me looks like a short. We haven't gotten the pullback yet, but you know, there's plenty of long-term traders that have told me like cat above 140 look for downside. Cat below, 115 look for upside, because that's what the trend has been. So I think, so if you're asking me like what the bottom is, 114 ish. We love her. Between that and the bourbon. You know what? That's what keeps me young, Bobby. Exactly. It does seem strong, Welbury. But I mean, you know, if you look at like potential upside up here around 158, but potential downside, you know, 112. I like it better set up for a longer term swing short. So maybe this move was just the start of it. But it's due, in my opinion. But again, like, doesn't matter what I think, but you know, to me it looks like it's due for a pullback. So for any of you that have not looked at, if you're new to TradingView, I made this video. Let's see if I can get the link here. There was a bunch of questions. Fast forward to 18 minutes and 34 seconds. That's when it like starts. But there's a video on TradingView for you. Let's see. Mike Grandel. If you look at the chart of EDAP, it's about to hit the 52-week high. What's your opinion? Well, I'll go look at it. Give me a second. Close all of Walmart short. No, but the majority of it I'm out of. I got what I wanted out of it. Actually, let me look. Nope, I'm still in. And I shouldn't be, but I am still in. I have 2 contracts left, which is a fraction of what I started with. What did Walmart do at the end of the day? Yeah, it ran up. And that's when I had said like I got what I wanted out of it. I got out of the majority of it. Should have got out of all of it. I didn't even go back to look. That was dumb. EDAP. Let's look at EDAP. What is EDAP? What is this? Healthcare. $5? So I'll tell you right now, like, Mike, I don't play $5 tickers. Very rarely am I going to play something like this unless I really know something about it. I don't know anything about these guys. Not a clue. So I don't have an opinion because it's a $5 ticker. And I just don't play these unless I really know something about them. Now, if I ignore price, I would look at this and say that, you know, this is a weekly chart and you can see it moving up on the weekly. You could see, you know, near, like you said, it's near 52-week high. You know, look for this 541-ish. What was it? 542, the 52-week high. Look for that to break. If it can break through 542 and it comes back and tests that as resistance and then bounces and continues to push up, okay, maybe you play it. I don't know why you're playing this thing. I don't know anything about it. So maybe you do. But I tend to avoid, you know, this sort of ticker. Nice. Well, then you're doing really well on it. So set a stop. You know, if you got in at 181, set a stop and move it up. Like, there, you know, get out, get back in, whatever. Set a stop at $5 or $4.95, and if it gets under $4.95, then you get out and wait and see what it does. Take your money, take your profit off the table. 15,000 shares, fucking sell half and see what it does when it gets up here to 542. It breaks 542, get back in and use like 540 as your stop loss. I mean, if you're up that much on it, 40 grand, like, to take it off the table. That's my opinion. So Coop just reported. Yeah, no problem. I just, when you're green like that, like, and here, I'm gonna give you, Mike. How long have you been trading? You've been following them for 2 years. Like, what's your experience level in trading? And I ask you this because we all have a story of being up ridiculous. Like, for me, it was 330,000 overnight. But we all have some sort of story like that where it's like I was up and then I gave it all back. So I don't know, like, how much experience you have, but just, and I don't know what your account size is. If you have an account that's worth, $10 million, maybe 40, 50 grand isn't, that's okay. It's not a big deal. If your account size is under, say, 200,000 and you're looking at 40 grand in profit, take that shit. Or just set a stop, at least. JCan, it was on a penny stock. I'll show you the chart. So they Coop guided up, took a dip, but it sounds like they're guiding up. So why are they dropping? Lick my lips. Your shares would be worth whatever the company that bought them. Your shares would be worth whatever they're paying for them. Okay. Cool, Mike. So you know what I'm talking about then. I mean, you've been there, you've seen it. I don't need to tell you. So Coop beat and raised guidance. Why is it dropping? Yeah, no problem. Lick my lips. But yeah, I mean, like, when you're looking at a company that's a buyout candidate, if that company, let's use Fit as an example, Fitbit. Like, Fit was trading at what, actually they were down here like at 417, and then the offer came out from Google, and the offer was for like $7 a share. So it popped up, gapped up to 7, and hovered around $7 a share because that was the buyout price. So that's what you have to look at, is that's what your shares become worth, because Google will come in when you buy a public company. They'll come in and say, we want to buy out Fit. We're paying X. The equivalent is $7 a share. That's what the stock becomes worth. So hopefully that's helpful. Tell you another company that I like, but they've had a lot of problems. But Domo and after hours, what the hell? Yeah, no worries. That's why Domo's moving after hours. All right, anybody have anything, any questions, anything that they want to look at before I call it a day? If you have questions, you can DM them to me in Discord if you're in Discord, or just post them here. All right, no questions? Cool. Y'all have a good night, and I will be here tomorrow morning before the bell, and we'll be right back at it. So look at, what the hell, Domo? 2033? Ooh. Keep an eye on Domo tomorrow.